And then the other thing that I wanted to mention today is our Better Connected Community Chest Fund. Better Connected, our social prescribing programme in public health, we're externally funded. So we're a cross-channel project. We've got 2 French partners and 4 English partners, and we are externally funded by Interreg. So when we put our bid in, what we really wanted to do was to make sure that we had some funding available that we could put back into the voluntary and community sector to support the referrals that we would inevitably be making to them. So we have a pot of money, and we are going to be doing 2 funding opportunities throughout the year. We've just done one, it's just finished, and I'm really pleased to say that we've awarded 10 organisations in Medway some funding to set up or continue running some social prescribing activities. So the grants are up to £3,000, and the aim of the fund is to increase capacity within the voluntary community sector and support organisations to be able to support the members that we'll be introducing to their activities. They obviously have to be suitable for people who are 65 and over, but it doesn't necessarily have to be just for people who are 65 and over. And the big aim for that is to reduce loneliness and social isolation. But what we wanted to do was prioritise activities that focused on physical activity, green social prescribing, arts and culture, digital support, and intergenerational projects. As much as getting, people who are 65 and over together in a little group to chat to each other is excellent. We're really, really keen to look at making sure that they're not just put in little groups of older people. So as much as this does need to support people who are 65 and over, we wanted to make sure that it was open to as many people as possible. So as I mentioned, we literally just yesterday, we went through all of the applications for the first round of bids. I'm really pleased to say that we've awarded 10 of those bids applications. And so we'll be looking in the next sort of 6 to 12 months to see those projects come to life. We will have another pot of funding that will go live towards the end of this year, October, November time. And the reason that we've split the pot in half is because given everything that's happened with COVID, obviously the last 12 months have been incredibly difficult and a lot of things have been delivered online. We're really lucky at the moment that we're able to open up and start doing things a bit more face-to-face. So we wanted to make sure that we had some funding available now for face-to-face activities that might open up during the summer months. And we don't know what the future is going to hold. So we've got the other half of the funding available towards the end of the year. So if anybody is interested and has any more information or want any more information on our Community Chest Fund, my contact details will be at the bottom of this, but it is managed by the Kent Community Foundation, KCF, are managing the fund for us. And we have a account manager with them who will support you with any application questions you've got, and there'll be your link into that. But more than happy to answer any questions on that. And just to say that I've left my contact details here if you'd like to get in contact with me. Abby, who delivers our fantastic training, her contact details are on there if you'd like to learn more about social prescribing or you'd like to be able to refer into our Better Connected programme. And I've also included my team leader on there, Emma. She manages the link worker and the social prescribing intervention. If you have anybody that you think would really benefit from our service, but you're not quite sure, if you've got some questions about it, I've put her details on there as well. So I think I'm within time. I've got to shoot off for a meeting in a little while, but does anybody have any questions for me at the moment?
Thanks, Amy. That's brilliant. Anybody got any questions for Amy regarding the social prescribing? There's some great work going on in social prescribing. I know there's a few people on the call today that carry out that work. some of the quotes that you see from people that have accessed the service are pretty inspirational. You know, it really is I suppose it's in its infancy really in terms of a public health initiative, isn't it? In terms of like around 2 years.
It is. It's taken many years to plan it. And then we actually went live with the programme to get older people out and about and in their community the day we went into the first national lockdown. So obviously the first year of the programme has not looked exactly how we would have liked to, and we've adapted it to be able to be delivered over the phone and online. But we are at a stage now where we can start delivering it face to face again, which is really exciting. And yeah, the feedback that we get from the people we're supporting, you know, it is absolutely fantastic, and you just know that you're making such a difference to their lives. So it's really good.
Yeah, and I know you're doing an actual referral training program, you say, which is that what's that designed for? Because obviously the referral process must be a little bit complex in terms of the fact that you had to do that.
Yeah, it's because we have been getting a lot of referrals in that we can't really support. So I think people are a little bit confused around what actually it is what social prescribing actually is and what our program actually does for people. So this 1 hour module just really explains really clearly who we can support, what we can support them with, what our eligibility criteria is. The actual referral process is very, very easy. We have a link to a Microsoft Forms, and you literally just fill out the information on Microsoft Forms, click submit, and it comes straight through to us. We've also got a QR code, so it can be done on a mobile phone pretty simply. But yeah, so we just put that 1 hour program on purely because when we're receiving referrals for people that we can't support, it's really difficult for them to have assumed that they're going to get a level of support that we then can't provide them. Although what we do try to do as much as possible is either link them in with an organisation that can support them, or we do try to put something in place as much as we can. But you know, we currently have a 4 to 6 week waiting list, so we do have a lot of people on our books that we're supporting. We've got 40 people that we're currently actively supporting. So it's just trying to reduce the number of people coming through that we can't really do anything for, and making sure that people know the right place to refer those people.
Yeah, brilliant. Great stuff. So any of our providers that have something that might be relevant for that cohort, is it worth getting in contact and letting you know that they're around and what they offer?
Absolutely. So again, Abby is who's our community project officer. She is the link to the voluntary community sector. Many of you, I'm sure, know Abby, and I'm sure she's been in contact with you. Yeah, Sikkim Rupa's putting her hands up there. So yeah, if you're delivering any activities that would be suitable for people 65 and over to reduce social isolation, Jamie mentioned the Simply Connect platform, where we can log all of those activities, and either people can go on the website and find it out for themselves, or my link workers will use that website to be able to introduce people to activities. Please do get in contact with myself or Abby, and we will absolutely love to come out and meet you, find out what you're doing, see how we can support you, and you know, if you've got anybody that you'd like to refer into us as well, that would be great.
Brilliant. It's a real lifesaver for people in Medway, for a lot of people who are socially isolated. So yeah, brilliant. Thanks, Amy. Keep up the good work. Appreciate that. And we'll move on. So right, we're going to move over now to that slight change in the agenda here. We're going to leave the new holiday activities and food programme till the end of the session today, because we've got Becky Thomas coming to talk to us about that. She's going to be running a bit late, which brings us sooner to our first Meet the Member slot. We're going to do these regularly on the Physical Activity Alliance. A real feature of the Alliance meetings will be an opportunity to understand what services are being provided by the members of the Alliance itself. Anna Galliano. Is that the right pronunciation, Anna?
Yes, Galliano. That's right. That's right, Chris.
Very welcome. Anna's going to talk to us about children in yoga. Really interested to hear about this myself. 5 to 10 minutes you've got, Anna, to talk about what you do. You met Mark and recently, and he was really impressed with what you had to say. So yeah, please take the floor, and I look forward to hearing about what you do.
Lovely, thank you. I don't know if people can see my screen. I tried to share. Are you able to see it?
Yes, we can see the screen.
Yeah, good. So thank you very much for inviting me to present today. I have had a chat with Mark and with Vicky and a few colleagues at Medway Council because I'm very keen in expanding the work that we do throughout the Medway to reach as many children as we can. So I have done a lot of local fact-finding to try and understand where the pockets of needs are, and obviously with COVID and the children returning to school, I'm hearing a lot from head teachers that there's a lot of children coming back obese, lack of exercise and so on. So I'm trying to present what we do here to see if there are any opportunities for us to expand our activities throughout schools and throughout the work the council and other providers do as well. So basically, let me just take you through. So just slightly a bit about me. I have a corporate background and I worked for 20 years in London, and I gave up my job in around 3 years ago and became a yoga teacher and started teaching adults and children and mums and babies. But the focus of what I'm going to be talking about today is basically Children Inspired by Yoga. Is a program that reaches out from babies from 6 weeks all the way to secondary schools. And I'm going to take you through just that in a second. So we are one of the longest established children yoga companies in the UK. I own a franchise for the Medway area, and we actually have a yoga concept for children mainly. So we don't teach only yoga, but we actually have a program that has been designed by specialist yoga teachers, educationalists and physiotherapists. So it's a bit more than just movement. We work on the physical, mental, as well as emotional side of well-being with children, and all the program is adapted to each age group. So it's not one program that we roll out, but one that we actually expand and work in depending on the age groups of the children. So we've got a small team within my franchise. It's myself, 2 teachers, Lou and Jenny, as well as Anna just recently joined us from COVID, just because we've got so many requests from schools at the moment. So the way that we have worked is interesting to see, because we actually have done some work with Swale Council before. I actually attended one of the Medway activities, the festivals, a while ago, and I met Chris Staples, who is the Green Space Ranger at Swale Council, and we actually have run some family yoga activities in the park in August a couple of years ago. They were really successful, and we had to stop just because of COVID, because of distancing and so on. But we were hoping to return with those. We run them in 2 different parks across throughout our August, Milton Creek as well as all Gunpowder Works. And as you can see, we've had children from all age groups, so reaching really mums, fathers, and the whole family coming to those events. In addition to family yoga, we did run until COVID, until pandemic, close some of our access to settings, baby bumpkin classes within nurseries, or basically baby rooms. So we actually run those programs within the nurseries themselves. Unfortunately, some of the nurseries lost their funding, so we had to stop the work within those. We also teach in preschools, so anything from 2 to 7 years, starting to reach out into the beginning of some of the primary schools. So this is more, we will be working more on the development, music, movement, balance, focus with the children. But really, actually, there's a lot of need at the moment for self-regulation for this age group. So we will be targeting and working with head teachers on specific needs from the schools. We then go into primary school, And we have been teaching for a long time now in primary schools, and we've got groups of anything between 6 to 30 children in each of our sessions. So it would be a full, a hall full of children excited and looking to move and have some fun with us. And we also reach out to secondary schools. Here we work with special needs schools, including mental health specifically, so as well. We had to stop for nearly a year, so the business was directly affected by that, but we came back in early 2019, and our target at the moment is primary school. So we have been working mainly in schools, so 50% of our work is in schools, another 24% is preschools, a bit of nurseries, and some of family yoga. So our database has 8 primary schools at the moment, and we have been working with those to try and see what we can do with the schools. We've got a specific yoga and mindfulness program, Schools for Recovery, at the moment, where we are working to tailor the program to the needs of the schools. So we actually work on the children's learning together with them. We actually are very flexible with the program, and we actually have something which is aligned to the school curriculum as well. So there's some evidence on how that is benefiting the children. So we provide not only the sessions, but we provide material that the parents and the children or the staff can use that week or take home. So it's not only interventions within activities within the school, but it's to reach outside and carry on that work in at home as well. So there's some evidence and impact of the work. So there's a local primary school where we have been teaching for a while now, and they're using PE funding. Some of the schools are using now the catch-up funding to try and fund some of the activities, and people premium as well. There's and they can see the emotional well-being regulation effects of the sessions within that. There's a lot of flexibility. We work across with, just showing you some ways on the way that we work. So potentially picking up some children from specific year groups that need specific support. They are a bit behind, or they are obese, or they have mental challenges, and we actually tailor the program to that. We also work with independent school, infant schools, and other primary schools, sometimes one term, sometimes throughout the academic year. We also work in special needs schools, where actually we work in currently have been working for a while with a autistic primary school in the Medway, where we work one-to-one, providing support to specific year groups, in particular year 6, as they do the transition to secondary school now. There's a bit of anxiety, so we're working on that. We only have returned to one nursery at the moment, but we're doing some outdoor yoga within the Medway with them. We have discussions ongoing with local schools, as part of the school day, as part of full yoga days, wellbeing Wednesday, special needs schools, and so on. But one of the main challenges for the schools, what I'm here, is the funding. So they do want us involved. They do want to, offer our program to the schools and to the children and to staff, because they also benefit. But we're finding that it's more challenging, especially now we get to the end of the year, and there's a bit of uncertainty on where they can actually get the funding from to invest on our activities. This is just a setup of a hall in the primary school, just to give you an overview of how that might work. And here's more my details. So I'm conscious I only had 10 minutes, so hopefully I stick to time, and I would be happy to answer any questions. So I'm really keen to hear from anyone that would be interested in working with us, or anyone that knows about any funding that might be available to us.
Brilliant. Yeah, thanks, Anna. That's a great presentation. It looks so colourful. And something really different for kids. I can think of, I've been involved in a bit of football coaching in my time, and getting kids interested in something and getting them moving is is brilliant stuff, whatever it is. But this sounds, you know, really interesting and different, and I'm sure you get real good feedback from the children.
Yeah, we have great feedback from the head teachers and the staff as we actually run that. And I'm very happy to share. I can send my slides and so on afterward, Chris, and my contact details for anyone that if we are unable to do anything straight away here on the call, but just to try and actually reach out a bit more to other community groups and schools, you know, they might be interested. But I guess the big point that I want to make is the funding is what they are looking for, a bit of support on the funding side, because they are interested on the sessions. It's just sometimes they are not, the funding is just not available to them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with something, again, is going to be a feature of the Alliance is helping people access pots of funding. We're obviously linked into various different areas, Sport England, Kent Sport. There's, I know you're not here for the rest of today, but we'll send you the video of the day. And there's a funding opportunity from Sport England, which may well be something that you guys can access. Are you set up as a company or as a community interest company, or?
Yeah, we are a limited company.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Cool. Brilliant. I love the sound of it. I think it's got a real place, especially it comes at physical activity with a, you know, a mental health aspect as well. And I think that's really valuable at the moment. Coming out of lockdown, children have been affected by everything that's gone on in the past year or so as well. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I know you've got to run off, but
thank you. Yeah, I'll try to stay for a bit longer, but I've got another meeting starts in 45 minutes, and I still need to drive. So
yeah, sure, no problem at all. And,
I'll try and watch the recordings afterwards if they can be shared.
Great stuff. We'll definitely share that. And please, when we have the next Alliance meeting, we'll make sure that we speak to you in between about becoming part of one of the subgroups. Children and young people is a subgroup that's going to fit really well, we think, judging from a lot of the interest that we've had in the Alliance. So we'll certainly add you to that mix, and that's going to have a lot of schools on it. So you'll be able to have that direct link and conversation with some new contacts, hopefully. Thank you, Anna. Right, okay, so due to the slight shift around, we're going to have our break now. We call it an exercise break, so please get up off your chairs and have a move around. I'm going to play a video which was made by Medway Sports, and just gives some basic exercises for people to do when they're working from home. So if you feel like standing up and watching the screen and doing a bit of exercise, then please do. And we'll come back. Where are we? It's 11:02 now, so we'll come back at 11:15, if that's all right. Actually, let's call it 11:20. And I'll have a little shift around with some of these times, but like I say, I'll make sure you get away well before 1 today. So I'll see you back at 11:20, and I'll play the video now. Thanks, everyone.
light of your laptop to give yourselves 5. Hi guys, so as we all know, most of us are working from home at the minute, which can mean our laptops on our sofa. If you're like me, maybe you're set up in a dining room, or the level of chairs, the desk is different, or maybe because you're not commuting, you are working longer hours. And what can often happen, as I'm sure you're aware, we carry this tension and stress in our shoulders because we become quite rounded, or we're doing a lot of work from our phone. So just want to do a quick 10 minutes just to open you up. You can do this as many times throughout the day as you want, and if you do this video a couple days or a couple times even, you should then have this kind of intuitive movement inside you that you'll find that you'll start to do when you're at your desk. So you don't have to move away, you don't need a yoga mat, you don't need to change out of your working from home outfit. So we're just going to simply sit at our desk and we're just going to take some really easy shoulder rolls. So there's a few ways you can do it. Quite like put my hand together like an evil villain at the beginning, or you can put your hands on your shoulders. If you want to get really energetic, you can add the arms in and take these big stretches, but if you're in front of your desk, maybe that's not the one for you. So just find these nice shoulder rotations and try and keep your spine nice and tall as we do this, as you reverse the direction. Take a couple more. Come into a still. Let's work on that neck. So just allow your neck to go all the way around. Moving slowly. Maybe you take this opportunity to close your eyes, to rest your eyes from that blue light of your laptop. To give yourselves 5-minute respite, so you gain a bit of extra mental clarity as well as feeling good in your body. And as you roll your neck, when you get to any areas of tension, just pause there. Take a deep inhale. Exhale to relax. Take it in the other direction. So you can keep the shoulders away from the ears. Take one more journey around. And as you come to a still, place your right hand on your left knee. Your left arm can go behind you, and don't worry if you don't have a back to your chair. You can just simply put it on your waist. And just take a nice twist to keep that spine nice and tall. Gazing over your left shoulder. Make sure we don't take the shoulder up to the ear. Inhale, come back through centre. Let's take it on the other side. Left hand comes to my right knee, the right chair. I use the back of the chair for extra tension. Notice how I'm using the chair for tension, not carrying it in my body. So gaze over my right shoulder. Back through centre. Interlace your fingers together. Inhale, lift them up. And as you exhale, bring them down. So squeeze your shoulder blades. So bring your hands down on top of the head. Inhale, go up. Exhale, bringing them down. Let's take it 2 more times. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. Last time. Take your arms by your side. Just have a little wiggle of the spine. Maybe roll the neck out a few more times. And when you're ready, place your hands on your knees, and we're just going to arch back. So your hands be facing forward or inwards, and you just use that motion to take that arch of the back. Allow your shoulders to draw back as you gaze slightly up ahead of you. Exhale to round the spine. So if you've done some yoga, you'll probably recognise this as a variation of cat-cow. Inhale. Again, arching forward. Exhale, arching back. One more time. Inhale forward. Exhale back. Bring yourself back Spine nice and tall. Lift your right elbow. And you can either use your left hand just to give a little push, or you can grab your t-shirt at the top and take your left arm back and maybe hold the t-shirt here. You can use a jumper or a tea-towel, or maybe your hands you can touch, even if you're only touching the fingertips. Keep your chest nice and lifted forward. Engage your core. Keep taking these really relaxing breaths. So just inhale and exhale through the nose. And try to make them a little bit longer than your normal breaths. So maybe inhale to the count of 4 and exhale for the count of 5. Feel the body relax. You undo that arm, take a little wiggle. Let's take the same on the left side. Either holding the left elbow, either holding a towel or your shirt, or using your hands to pull this arm up. Keep the chest nice and tall, and find those beautiful breaths. Undo that arm, and as you're already here, just take another moment to do any extra stretches that feel good for your body. So you can either revisit any of the stretches that we've just done that felt really good, maybe the twist felt really nice, maybe the arms in the air, or you can just do something a bit more intuitive. Maybe you want to take a forward fold, grab your feet, allow your head to be heavy. Maybe you just want to take some extra wiggles. Just make sure you're taking those final wiggles. Those little icky bits are gone in your body. Maybe even a self-massage of the neck before you go back to the desk. Thanks for joining, guys.
See two different things. This one is just the main slide. I'm not sure more slides down the slide. Why would that be? Why would I have seen two different images? This is Chris's screen. This, both of these are logged in as me. They're both me. So, not sure. I should in theory see the same thing.
Vicky mentioned it, so she can see us standing up, so everyone else is
Oh, yeah.
this.
Oh yeah, that camera will just be like anybody else with their camera on. It's that thing because there's so many people, 27 whatever people in, you can't all be on.
Yeah, exactly.
In the gallery view, so some of them might see us because of that interesting thing. When that is switched over gallery and this is on gallery, I'm seeing two different sets. I'm not seeing the same batch of people, so.
Was that Chris Short next door? And that might be the.
I think if we mute and have sound on. Can you hear me now at the moment I'm talking? Can you hear me?
Can do what?
Put your thing in. Can you hear me talking now? So I've got the sound off.
Oh.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. No, his phone is just.
Hi, Chris. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thanks, Jamie.
Just so you know, just in case.
We were saying anything dodgy, Chris.
I think we'll have to do one, maybe do a physical activity alliance at Buckmore Park. What do you reckon, Jamie?
100%. I'm up for that, Chris. 100%. You could just come up because of the whole purpose of it would just be for us. It would be a huge networking opportunity.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just come up, even if you just come up, because through the private sessions you've done through Medway Council and the public health team.
Yeah.
So we've just switched the website up. I think it was on Monday because you've done private sessions. There's now enough money for us to go out and do our normal hashtag time for tea, time for me, which is a mental health provision that we put out to people in the world of work. So actually you could run an alliance session up there and we have 20 places. You could just come to that event for free.
Awesome.
Because you could just turn up and we could take you for a big old walk. You could have the chat in the woods and sit under the parachute.
Right, that's a winner. That is an absolute winner. Can we book some good weather for it as well?
I'll try my best, but that's a tough one. But yeah. It would be free because you just put it on one of our normal Wednesday mornings, and then you could just come up. That's all sponsored because that's how we roll over that money, to put it into that provision. And supporting the world of work is also a key thing with people and their stresses. That in our jobs, of course, we have our own stresses.
Yeah, true. I think I could do with a bit of spoon whittling again because the last spoon that I whittled, my dog got it and chewed it up. But yeah,
is it? Bring your team up on their own anyway.
Yes.
Either way, I'll get you some wood for spooning. Whittling, I should say.
Yeah, we've got some. We were talking about a date yesterday, so I'll be in touch in the next few days.
Yeah, brilliant. Looking forward to it.
We'll come and get arts involved.
It's not that part about one part.
Team building racing.
Yeah.
So let's clash.
We'll invite Scott. We just have to let him win.
We're looking at that the other week, just birthday gift and the kids and stuff like that.
If you invite Scott, that makes it competitive.
Yeah, Scott is ultra competitive, Jamie. If we do anything, we have to win. So, but we let him win most of the time.
Of course, yeah, I understand that completely.
Well, he's just gone over the big 4-0, so he's a bit over the hill now. But he's doing all right. Just a couple of weeks ago, it was big 4-0.
I was chatting with him yesterday. Kept that quiet. I will dig that in.
Yeah, please do. Please
no
do.
Problem.
Right, so 1 minute left, and we'll move on to the next bit. Keep an eye out for Becky, Mark, and we'll bring her in after you've done your bit at the end. And it's another kind of funding opportunity, really, isn't it? Have you heard of the Holiday and Activities Fund, Jamie? Holiday activities and food.
I've heard of bits of it. Yeah, we've had a few people chat. I think someone come up and spoke to us, but we're looking at doing more with Tessa and the families groups at the moment.
Right. Okay.
But
okay, that's good. Yeah. I might bring on if Becky's there.
Yeah, I'm here now.
Oh, hi Becky. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thank you.
Right. Thank you for joining. How do you fancy going on straight away and talking about the HAF?
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. No problem.
What did I do with the slides, Mark? Did I put it at the end? Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. Right. Is everybody back on the call? 11:20, bang on the dot. We've got our timings pretty much down. We've been joined by Becky Thomas, who's recently joined us in public health, working on a new programme the holiday activity and food programme, which would be great for Becky. She's got a few slides here to talk through it. Becky, I think we've allowed, where are we? Let's have a look. We've allowed 15 minutes. Is that going to be enough?
Absolutely, yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, I'm a quick talker.
Okay. Well, I'll leave you to crack on. If you want to just say next slide, and when you want to move on to the next slide, I'll press the button.
No worries. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, as Chris said, I'm Becky. I'm the project officer for the Holiday Activity and Food Programme, otherwise known as the HAF programme. So if you hear the word HAF being thrown away, that's what we're talking about. And this is essentially, we've been given funding from the Department of Education to provide activities for kids that are in receipt of free school meals over the summer holidays. So if you go on to the next slide, I can just go into a bit more detail about what that means. Yes, so Department of Education have given, they trialled it with some boroughs in the UK from, I believe, 2018. I think we did apply last year, but we didn't get it. This year, based on the back of COVID and I think Marcus Rashford Fund and things like that, they've decided to give funding for every borough in the UK. So it's going to essentially be a holiday club for kids in the school holidays. We've got actually 6 weeks over the course of the year, but at the moment we're focusing on the 4 weeks in the summer. So within those 4 weeks, we need to give kids 4 hours of sessions a day for 4 days a week for the 4 weeks of the summer holidays. What we've done within Medway is we have split the area into 10 different sort of sections based on locality to make sure that we are reaching as many kids. There's 9,600 kids in around that in Medway in receipt of free school meals. So we are trying to reach as many of those children as we can. So by splitting it into 10 areas, we're hoping to reach as many of the kids as we can. Now, within the 4 hour sessions, that's 5, I meant 4. Within the 4 hour sessions, they need to have at least 1 hour of physical activity. That can be indoors or outdoors, but as long as it's a physical activity, they need to be provided a hot meal, and they need to also include some enrichment activity. So if you go on to the next slide, I'll just explain what enrichment activity could include. So enrichment can be, it's quite a broad term. It can be anything that's going to promote sort of listening, creativity, concentration, relationship building, anything like that. So it could be board games, arts and crafts, puzzles, other things could be integrated into an activity that you guys might already have in place. So if you're a football club, you could, it could be creating and drawing a football kit, something like that. That's kind of what's included in the programme. If we go on to the next slide as well. So the food element of it, it has to be in line with what they would get at school. So it has to be a hot meal, nutritionally balanced and healthy, and up to the school food standards. In regards to this element, we're in a position to be able to align different organisations. So if, for example, you think you might be able to support us and do the activity element, but couldn't do the food element, we've got either training, we're able to provide with things like food safety standards, education about nutrition for kids, allergen awareness and things like that. And we've also got some other companies that might be able to come in and just do the food element of it. So that's something that we need to consider, we can consider as well. As well as this, the food element needs to include some sort of discussion about nutrition and healthy eating with children, because essentially we want children to leave with a bit of education about how to stay, you know, nutritionally sound and eat healthier and take that information home to their families. We're also, I'll talk a little bit more about the website that we're doing, but on the website we're going to be having a link to lots of recipes, a bit of nutritionist advice and things like that. So there will be some other links on there as well. Okay, if you want to go on to the next bit. So these are the requirements that we've been set from the Department of Education. I don't know how big it is on your screen, but it's quite small on mine. So obviously I've mentioned the food element, the activity, the physical activity, the nutrition element, but we also need to make sure that everyone that's going to get involved has got things like insurances, safeguarding policy, health and safety and all that stuff. And also inclusiveness. So we need to make sure that everyone's going to be included, and activities are accessible and adaptable for every child within that area. Okay. What else? Yeah, policies and procedures, everything like that. Things that a lot of providers will already have in place, but if you need any support in that, we're able to help you out with that and signpost you to further training for that. Okay, if you want to go on to the last, I think it's the last slide. So essentially, at the moment, we are seeking 10 lead providers that will be in charge of each of those areas I discussed. And within that, they will, we would like them to communicate and engage with smaller providers, other providers, whether it's a venue that has facilities they can use, whether it's a food provider that can rock up and do some food, or whether it's a physical activity or an enrichment activity, an arts and crafts, or a, you know, boxing club or a tennis club, anything like that. So the lead provider will receive the funding, and it will get filtered down to these smaller organisations, so that every child within that area will have a good range of provision for them. So as I said, I've written there, if you're not able to offer any aspect of the program, it's not a problem. We can discuss that and look at what you guys can offer and put you in touch with people that might be able to offer the other elements. We have got additional training. I mentioned earlier, we've got a website. We're in the process of creating this absolutely amazing website and booking system, so the kids can, the families can go online, say they want to find an activity on a Tuesday and they're going to be this age, they can go on there, and from a provider point of view, you'll be able to go on there, input what sessions you're running that day, and then you'll be able to see how many kids are coming, what their allergens are, if they've got any, is there anything they need to know, all their contact details, everything will be on there. It's really, really clean, it's really simple. We're in the process of designing it now, and I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but it looks amazing. It's awesome. And also we're hoping to, aside from the HAV project, as well as the HAV project and being able to book on there, we're hoping to find out other stuff that's going on in Medway. There might be sort of free activities in the high street or in one of our country parks, anything like that. So if you have any of that stuff, we're going to hopefully use the website to sort of signpost people to that as well. So as well as booking onto these activities, if they're eligible, they'll also be able to see what else is going on in Medway. So it's a really, really good place for all that information and everything to be collated. So if you have an activity, if you're part of or you're aware of any activities and you want to kind of get involved, please do give me a call. We're in the process of trying to, so the contracts are out for the bigger lead providers, and if you'd like to apply for any of those, please do get in contact with me and I'll certainly forward all the information on. But if you feel that you might not be able to do something at that volume and you've only got an element of the plan, please do contact me and I can send some more information across and have some conversations. I think that's the last slide.
That is, yeah, thanks.
No
thanks
worries.
So much, Becky, that's brilliant.
Thank you.
See if we can, I'm going to stop sharing and see if we can see you. Hang on a minute. Not there, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. There we go.
There we go. There's everybody.
I can see you now, Becky.
Hi. I could see you, but you're this big.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Thanks so much. I think we're going to be setting up subgroups, something I spoke about earlier on. One of those subgroups is going to be children and young people, and it would be great to get further updates as you go along on the HAF work. I know we've got lots of acronyms, haven't we, in our world, and HAF and HIF and all these. There's a few of them bandied around, but Marcus Rashford's got a lot to answer for, hasn't he?
He's been a busy man. He's created a lot of work for us all, but it's all for the good.
Yeah, I mean it was him that kind of really drove the free school meals work that happened during lockdown, where we were asked to deliver food parcels to kids during lockdown, and some amazing work led by Julia Thomas, one of our senior public health managers, and a whole team of people, and Bradley in particular, who's one of our guys now, and some great work, making sure that people had food and drink on the table, which was brilliant. This has obviously come off the back of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it has, and I think, as I said, it's a trial that was happening pre-COVID in certain areas, and it's been really successful. So every year it's expanded a little bit, but I don't think anyone was expecting it to be running nationwide, and certainly with the timescales they've given us, it's a very full-on project, and it's a lot to cover, but it's going to be so worthwhile. It's so exciting to, I've been in contact with a lot of big providers, but also some smaller providers as well, and it's really interesting to see what's going on in Medway and actually what people can provide, and opportunities for kids that they might not have had a chance to try out or do, like, I don't know, meeting alpacas or swimming lessons, and just things like that a lot of people with financial difficulties might not be able to offer their children. So it's a really, really exciting opportunity to get these kids involved in. Yeah, it's a good project.
Yeah, brilliant public health stuff, and nice to be doing it. So and welcome on board to the public health team as well.
Thank you.
It's going to be a good journey, I think. So thanks for that. Marcus forgot to. He's been so busy with that. He's forgot to score goals, which didn't go down well with Man United fans last night, losing the cup final. But if there's any Man U fans, then yeah, commiserations. Most sincerely. Okay, so let's move on. I'm going to share my content again so we can crack on. I'm getting better at this. Oh, hang on, I haven't done the sound again. Okay, bear with me. Okay. As you can tell, technical know-how on the Teams is not my forte, but I get by. There we go. All right. Okay, so let's go back up. Okay. So exercise on prescription. Some of you may have heard of that term, and maybe not had a kind of specifically had an understanding of what it's all about. I've heard it bandied around recently in different radio shows and conversations, especially in terms of our situation at the moment with COVID and coming out of lockdown. Exercise on prescription is really, it's about encouraging health professionals to promote the benefits of physical activity, not just for the body, but for the mind as well, and the opportunities that attending a physical activity group or setting can help reduce that social isolation that people may feel, and encourage people to come back out of their homes and get together when it's appropriate to do so. I really see this as being something that where we can add our expertise as a public health department to your expertise as providers and others also, in order to link us into the primary care network. And what I mean when I talk about primary care is mainly GP practices, but also pharmacies and other relevant health professionals that have conversations with the general public. The opportunity that health professionals have when they talk to patients or clients, customers, are teachable moments, really important opportunities to talk about physical activity as something good and something that is achievable, and something that is accessible more than anything else. We have lots of conversations with people. I'm beginning to find out what's available in Medway in terms of physical activity options, and the breadth of it is huge. You know, whether it's a one-man band teaching someone yoga, whether it's a large gym group or a British military fitness group, or it's you know, a provider providing a niche to disabled people or to elderly people or young people. There's so much out there, and what we want to try and do is make sure that we can provide some tools for health professionals to use to make sure that people access what's out there. So this is the slide that I showed on the first alliance, and I'm not going to necessarily talk through it. It just gives me an opportunity to explain that we now have one single clinical commissioning group in Medway, and we have 42 primary care networks that are GP, basically groups of GP practices with a population of between 30 and 50,000. And in Kent, we have 4 integrated care partnerships, and we're twinned with Swale. You know, hence the reason for us having Swale on board in this physical activity alliance. So there's some real links there. We've got a population of over 400,000 people, all different ages, and there's some information here on this infographic, which is kind of breaks down what our health inequalities are and how we might be able to focus in on particular areas in terms of public health and services that we run. So the 9 primary care networks that are in Medway and Swale made up of 57 GP practices, and each PCN will have a contact within it, which is going to be around health and wellbeing. So what we're finding at the moment is that in the different PCN networks, there are somewhere between 6, 7, 8 GP practices. This is Gillingham South. Medway South has got 6, and the Sheppey PCN network has got 6 as well. And we've got Richard, hopefully on the line from Imago, who's is the health and wellbeing coach over in the Sheppey area.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, mate. How you doing?
Very well.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So these contacts, they're quite new, actually. I think the health and wellbeing coaches. We've had different types of health professionals, health trainers in the past that have kind of provided a really important function. And recently, we've been working closely in public health with various different people that are set in PCNs. So health and wellbeing coaches, care navigators, and link workers, different titles for slightly different roles, but all essentially doing the same thing, talking to patients in GP practices and across a primary care network. So access to people that need to access services in that area. So one of the missions, I think, of our alliance is going to be to really link in with these people, health and wellbeing coaches, care navigators, link workers, GPs themselves, pharmacists, other people that work within GP practices such as nurses and receptionists, to really try and focus some communications around the benefits of physical activity. And we're going to use different tools in order to do that. So we've got the whole systems obesity mapping tool that Vicky spoke about earlier on, which we're going to promote and make sure that people know it's there and use it for whatever purpose they see fit. That's a public tool. We've got the Everyday Active website, which I'll talk about a bit further in a minute, but that's something that's going to be a brilliant Kent and Medway a resource that will enable health professionals to find out what's going on in their locality. So that locality mapping approach is something that I can see the Alliance really focusing in on to help accessibility for people in their locality. We've got the Physical Activity Alliance itself. I'd like it to become something quite powerful in a good way, something that is recognisable out in the community, and we'll be working on some communications tools to actually promote the Physical Activity Alliance and any of the good work that we can do moving forward. And social media is something that we're not going to ignore. We're setting up a LinkedIn page, which will also link into the Whole Systems Obesity LinkedIn page. and plans for further social media work as well. So just focusing on the Everyday Active website for a moment. If you're a provider or indeed if you're talking to people that are looking for physical activity options to keep them busy in their area, then the Everyday Active website is something we're working on becoming a really useful tool for Kent and Medway. It's a Kent Sport website. I'm not going to take the credit for putting this thing together. It was designed off the back of some real good public consultation, which I was a part of myself, and that's the type of thing that can we feel can really help in communities to help people understand that what's available for them in terms of physical activity specifically. So if you're a provider, we have a member of our staff, Bradley, who's on the call today, and you can't miss Brad. He wears very colourful hats. I think it's purple today, Brad, is it? But he's out there and he's ready and willing to talk to people about adding your activity onto the Everyday Active website. So it's going to take us a while to do this. Please bear with us, but we will be making contact with every Alliance member, everybody that's joined our calls, and we'll be talking to you about getting your activity loaded onto this Everyday Active website. If you want to get to the front of the queue, then please email me or Mark or Phil or indeed Bradley, and we'll put the email addresses in the chat if you want to get yourself on that Everyday Active website, get your activity on there. It's brilliant for Swale as well. In fact, the Sheppey page was already and available before the Medway page, so kudos to them. We had a talk in our last Activity Alliance from Julie Caldwell, who's busy doing some work over on the island with some walks, etc. And it's a real great notice board for that kind of community notice board type approach. We've now got our Medway community page up and running, and right on cue, there's a picture of Brad with the turquoise hat on. And off doing some Nordic walking in Medway, which is one of our programs that we run, which we're very proud of, and fits really well in terms of the ethos of this particular site. We're really all about, there's nothing wrong with going into a gym. Gyms have their place, and gyms are brilliant. And for some people, being outside is a really therapeutic as well. And we can feature certain activities on this page. So again, jump in the queue, and we'll very happily get your activity, whatever it is, onto the screen, come to life on the Everyday Active website. Jamie, Buckmore Park, this would look amazing for Buckmore Park, so we'll make sure you're one of the first ones in the queue. This is an example of some of the stuff that's on there at the moment. So we've got the Mason Mile, our partners delivering the Mason Mile in Medway, and an opportunity for obviously some advertising through this medium. It's all completely free. We have an element of quality control in terms of Mark Greenstreet, our community project officer, has responsibility for how something is framed upon this site. So we're working with you closely to work out exactly what wording is used and making sure that's appropriate specifically for this site. But it's a really good tool, hopefully one that will become a regular feature on the Physical Activity Alliance, and you'll all get your activities on there. Active Travel's on there, so our health walks, cycling groups, and Nordic walking is featured, and we're working slowly but surely towards resetting that programme, and all the details for those activities will be on there as soon as we're up and running. Okay, so we're well ahead of time now, which is good. And that brings us on to the Active Life survey. So the Active Life survey is something that Sport England commissioned to find out from the community how we're doing in terms of physical activity, how active we are, how inactive we are, and what gives us information to enable us to focus on particular areas. Some really interesting information that's come out of the latest 2021 version that came out in April. And what we are seeing is following lockdown. I'm not going to go too deeply into the detail of this because I think it's important that we don't err on the side of negativity. But suffice to say that lockdown has made people less active or more inactive, whichever way you want to look at it. With 710,000 fewer active adults between November 2019 and 2020 compared to the previous 12 months. With some vulnerable people impacted during that period. So this gives us information in terms of our public health services about what we might be able to help people in terms of accessing physical activity, and useful information for you guys as well if you're providers. So please delve into the Active Life survey yourselves in your own time. Have a look at it and see if it can give you some evidence maybe for attracting or for applying for some funding, which there are pots of funding out there which we're going to hear about in a moment. A bit more information on the detail of what's happened to our population during lockdown. So we've got our work cut out, but we see it here in public health as an opportunity to link in with as much of the community as possible to improve our situation and to prove that over the next 12 months we can really make a difference and get people moving again. So people have tried alternatives. People have got outside and taken walks that they wouldn't have done before. And people are going back to group activities like kids football and swimming, etc. So we don't want it to be a doom and gloom moment. We want it to be something that, yes, we understand from this data that we have a challenge in front of us, but we're up for that challenge. I'm going to play you an inspirational video now. I love this video, so I'll stop talking and this should just play straight off the bat. Right, stay with me.
A person with Parkinson's.
Yeah, we're on a minute.
I'm a person with Parkinson's and I was diagnosed in 2012. The worst aspect of it for me is sitting on the tea table at night, not being fully able to interact with my children. And that's rather hard, actually.
Karen is the person who's diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's since 2017.
I am a key worker, so I work mornings and evenings. It has been stressful because I've had to do obviously extra hours due to the COVID situation.
The Boxing for Parkinson's and the Boxing for Dementia programs, they basically are just general boxing fitness sessions.
The main thing about boxing is that you're moving your arms, you're moving your feet.
It's great for their motor skills.
Because the worst thing you can do with boxing is just sit in a chair and do nothing at all, because you're guaranteed to go downhill quite fast.
Classes are for ages 5 to 8, from 9 to 12 and 13 to 18. At the moment it's just street dance.
I didn't want to join first because I was a bit nervous, but then I joined and now I really like it.
We don't have a back garden, we've got a small little balcony. We do have space downstairs, there's a little park in there, but obviously due to COVID they had to shut it for quite a while.
COVID's been going on now for over a year, isn't it? And so I've been shielding for that time.
We have noticed changes over the period where Karen's needed more support.
Tackling the inequalities funding was absolutely fantastic.
That's it, great stuff. 1, 2, back to boxing position.
I was a bit apprehensive and anxious. I thought I'm just going to go for it. But 6, 7, 8. And it turned out it worked really well.
My dance is something I look forward to because it gives me something to like do and it entertains me.
Her confidence has gone through the roof. She's coming out with more crazy things every day.
Life would be very dull actually without these types of activities, and it would probably accelerate the deterioration of the mind.
My wife would say, after I come back from boxing, I've got my old tool back for a little while. I'd gone away and I'm back.
Brilliant stuff. So Wayne from Olympia Boxing there. I spoke to Wayne just the other day after watching that video because I found it quite inspirational to watch, and he's going to join us. He's not available at the moment, personal circumstances, but he's going to come to a Future Alliance meeting and talk about Olympia Boxing, which is a project that he runs that gentleman in particular benefited from. So a lovely angle there. That funding is something that a lot of people have accessed, and Sophie from Kent Sport has kindly joined us today. Hi Sophie.
Hi Chris.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. How are you?
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, very well,
Good.
thank you. Very well
Good.
indeed. And thanks for joining us. And I know you've had a lot of people access that funding over the past couple of years and been doing some really great work. And it's really easy to apply for, isn't it?
Yeah. We're actually really fortunate. We've been given just under £500,000 to support clubs and organisations during this period of and to try and stop the negative impact of COVID spreading any further. So yeah, we funded just over £57,000 worth of funding has gone into Medway and Swale with a whole host of different activities and projects. And I don't know about you, that's always a bit of a tearjerker, that video for me. It gets me every time. I think it makes what we're all doing worthwhile. So I've got a couple of slides I can share, Chris, if you want me to go over the funding in a bit more detail.
That'd be lovely. Why not? Let's just.
If I can figure out how to do it.
Yeah, no, I feel your pain.
Right. Right. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Oh, good. So basically, we've been given this funding from Sport England, which has been distributed through our active partnership, which covers Kent and Medway. And the idea of the funding is to reduce the negative impact of COVID-19 on underrepresented groups and to prevent those widening inequalities in physical activity. So as Chris alluded to earlier within those stats, there's some specific demographics that are targeted through this programme that have been more affected than others through the pandemic, and because they were already at risk of not participating in sport already. So we're trying to prevent that gap widening any further. So the key demographics that we're looking at with this funding is the 4 listed on the screen. So disabled people, people from lower socioeconomic groups, ethnically diverse communities, and people with long-term health conditions. And to be honest with you, we've been completely overwhelmed by just the people getting involved in the programme and the things that we've actually learned when working with these communities. I know Rupert's on the call. We funded some badminton sessions for the Medway Diversity Forum, which has gone really well. So, and a whole host of other activities in the area. I'll run through this really quickly, but just to give you an idea, the funding that's already gone out over the last year, we're currently reviewing the monitoring and evaluation from that initial funding. And what we're really, really keen to do is work with partners like yourselves to have a look at what we've actually collected. And if there's any information that you guys think is potentially missing that could help you mould projects in the future, because we have got additional funding now for up till March 2022. So we want to make sure that we're spending it in the right way, and if there's any information that we could be collecting to help you guys out as well, we're really keen to hear about that. So we're in the process of producing a one-page document for the learnings that we found about each different demographic group. So we will be sharing that out with partners. So any feedback or thoughts you have on that would be really appreciated. So just to give you an idea, the funding at the moment is funded 49 projects across Kent and Medway, and we've distributed just over £220,000. But excitingly, Sport England have been so encouraged by how well it's gone so far. I believe they've had 80% of the projects that have come through to them are people that have never been funded by Sport England before. So they're really, really keen to continue the programme. And their board has actually committed an additional £20 million nationally to go out through the fund. So like I say, we've got funding for this year up to March 2022, but it's looking like that money will go out again in September, October this year. So we'll keep you up to date with that. We've tried to make the process for applications as simple as possible. I don't know what more we could do to make it simple. It's literally just a one-page document where we need details of your organisation, a brief explanation of what you're looking at doing, and then a breakdown of costs. So it's not an application process as such, an open application process. So it would be a matter of you contacting us, working with us on a potential project that we can co-create between us, and then filling out that one pager just to make sure that we're getting all the I's dotted and the T's crossed to get you that money into your account. So as I said, we're trying to make it as simple as possible. So there's no deadlines for the current applications, but all the activity and monitoring evaluation must be completed by March 2022. I put a couple of links on here, but I'll share them in the chat as well, because the first one is a link to our website, which shows you a few different case studies of projects that are already going ahead. And the second one is just the video that Chris has already shared. So if you did want to share that amongst your networks, that would be great. And that video is actually the first in a series of videos that we're producing with different projects that we've already funded. So I'll keep sharing those with Chris, and hopefully they'll be a part of the Alliance as we move forward as well. So the only other thing I just wanted to mention to you on top of that funding is that we're also offering small grants to organisations. So there's up to £500 available. And the idea of this funding is that there's two streams to it. And one is around inspiring innovation. So looking at supporting people affected by COVID to be active. And the other side of things, which I think is the realm we're moving into at the moment, is to support clubs and organisations to potentially put on events, festivals, new programmes and launch activities where as people are coming back into activity, that they can kind of showcase what they do. So that I know it's only £500, but again, we've made the process as simple as possible. And there's actually a 2-week turnaround on these applications. So if you've got something coming up in the near future that could do with an extra £500 to put an event on or something like that, or showcase what you guys are doing, there is funding available there as well. And I'll put that link in the chat for you as well. So I think, and then I've put my contact details on there for you. So if anyone is interested in the Tackling Inequalities funding or the small grants funding, then please let us know. We'd love to hear from you and how we can potentially work together to prevent those widening of inequalities in sport anymore. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sophie. If you want to share those slides by email, we'll pass them on.
No worries.
To everybody. But yeah, that's brilliant. I think maybe Afro-Caribbean Association are very much looking forward to their bowling, I think, which you've been involved in. So yeah, there's some really great work that's coming out off the back of that funding, and anybody that wants to get in contact. I know there was a bit of a legal presentation done regarding what type of setup an organisation might need to be in order to access, like community interest company and that type of thing.
Yeah, unfortunately the only people we can't fund are private limited companies, but otherwise it's absolutely fine. If you're a charity or a limited company by guarantee, that's absolutely fine.
Great, fantastic. Okay, that's really good. Rupa, you got a question there for Sophie, for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Kent Sport and Sophie has been absolutely wonderful in supporting us. And Sophie, it's not just badminton. You have funded us for football, karate for 65 plus ladies in ethnic minority communities, which was the first time we did something like that. Okay, and badminton for women. We did yoga and Tai Chi online. So they have funded us for a lot of activities. And Sophie, I must put my hand up saying that I have to still do the monitoring for you. So I will be sending you all the evidence very soon.
Oh, thank you, Rupert, and I'll pay you later for the comments.
No, it's been absolutely wonderful because we never had that kind of engagement before, and we've been running for 20 years, and we never had that kind of engagement before.
Oh, that's brilliant. Thank you.
It's brilliant. That's lovely to hear. We spoke the other day with Sophie about running an event for you guys, Rupert. So we'll be in touch about that. We're making some headway on that. So yeah, it'd be lovely to do that face to face, which seems like a million miles away, but it's on its way. It's on its way. Great stuff. Thank you, Sophie. So we're going to move on. And we are going to end up finishing early because the last thing that we've got to offer today is our Active Offices sedentary behaviour presentation. Now, you might have been looking at Phil's camera and seeing us in mission control here, all standing up. You might have clocked that. So you're probably thinking, what are they doing? Well, it's we're not landing something on the moon. We're actually we're all stood in a room here in Gunwolf, and we are using desk risers in order to stand and present to you today. Now, I love standing up when I'm presenting and when I'm on Teams meetings. It kind of helps me think quicker, and I like to move around a bit, and that's obviously a nice thing to do. We've all been working from home. Russell, I can see you standing there as well in the kitchen, which is brilliant. We've all been working from home, and our lives have changed over the past year and a half or so. And off the back of that, we as a public health department have been talking to our staff, our families as well at home, and our kids homeschooling. And we've found that offering a variation in how we can go about our day-to-day work can make a difference in terms of our general well-being and how we feel at the end of the day after a hard day's work. This has really snowballed into something that I never thought it would end up being, but it's hugely popular. We've now presented this presentation you're about to see to numerous organisations and council departments to talk about sedentary behaviour and about what as human beings we've kind of become over the years, and what we might be able to do in order to change our behaviour slightly and enjoy the benefits of doing that in terms of our physical and mental health. I'm going to hand over to someone who's an expert in this, one of our a physical activity specialist himself, but also our community projects officer, Mark Greenstreet. And Mark's going to take you through a presentation. It lasts about 30 minutes, but it's incredibly interesting. I'd urge you all to have a good old listen and see what Mark's got to say, because it's pretty shocking stuff. But I would say there is a solution at the end of it. So please bear with Mark as he goes through the presentation. So I'm going to hand over to you, Mark, and if you want to share your screen, and I'm going to go on mute and turn myself down so we don't get any reverb.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Can everyone see that okay? And can everyone hear me? Yeah, yes. Fantastic. Lovely, thanks very much. Yeah, hi, thanks for the introduction, Chris. Like Chris says, I'm Mark, I'm the Community Physical Activity Officer for our physical activity team. And this is something we've been pushing out really hard recently. Our Active Offices presentation really tackling our sedentary culture. And it's my job to promote anything physical activity based and try and get the community as active as possible. And while we're doing this sort of research to back this work up, we came across some shocking evidence, and it's emerged in the last 10 years really, about how bad being sedentary is for our health. And you've got our front cover here, which is me with my standing desk, if you can see that okay. And there's my wife, who also works for the department and runs our Healthy Way programme. And I'll convince her to do it. And if I convince her to do it, I can convince anyone. We always start this with a definition. And what is sedentary behaviour? And it's any waking time an individual is sitting or lying down. So we let you off the time you're sleeping. Everyone obviously is lying down to sleep, but it's any other time that you're awake when you're not moving, basically. And especially lately through COVID, that's got longer and longer. And like I said, it's my job to talk about trying to promote walking, running, swimming, cycling to increase people's physical activity. But this is not what we're going to focus on. So this is something slightly different. And it's really important to see sedentary behaviour, sitting down too long, as an independent risk factor. So it's completely separate from body weight, diet, physical activity, and it comes with its own health risks. This slide we usually show to a big room of people sitting face to face. And we ask people to put their hands up in response to these questions. So obviously we're on Teams. So just in your head, put your hand up in answer to these. So did you sit to eat your breakfast this morning? Did you sit driving to and from work? Maybe before we were working from home. Did you sit at work, usually in front of a computer? Did you sit to eat your lunch and dinner? Did you sit while slouched over a phone? And did you sit whilst watching TV for most of the evening? And when we asked this to a room full of people, I'd say about 95% of people would put their hands up to each one of these. And obviously, some things are perfectly fine to sit down for, to sit down to eat your breakfast and have some lunch is perfectly fine. But it's just really to bring to attention how long we spend seated throughout our day. And it's really as a result of our modern sitting orientated society. So the question is, why are we so seated? Why do we sit down so much? And we're seated because the whole environment around us is structured like this. If you think of all the places that have just opened up, all the places we enjoy going to, restaurants, theatres, cinemas, and how we get to these places on buses and trains, our workplaces, our school life in our younger years, everything is based around sitting down. Even from an early age at school, we're forced to sit and be quiet. So we're trained in this way. And it's very bad for us. The shocking truth is, in Britain, on average, people sit for about 8.9 hours a day. And the average British office worker, if you work in an office, and that counts home working as well, so if you have a home office, the average British office worker sits for 10 hours a day. So that's about 70% of the day spent seated, and that's a huge amount of time. It's actually longer than we sleep, if you think of it that way. And especially with COVID and the pandemic we've just been through, this is a title from UK Active, and it's Britain's national lockdown has been a national sit down. And I think that says everything there. And some stats that have come out recently is 78% of UK adults spent longer sitting down per day through the pandemic. 42% of adults admitted to sitting for 14 hours longer per week. 47% of adults said that they turned to watching TV to cope with pandemic stresses when they usually have done some activity, gone out for a walk or done some gardening or something. And the number one reason for this is for people not taking part in exercise or activity is a lack of motivation. So if you remember the first lockdown we had in summer last year, if you were out in the parks, they were busy. They were people were running and cycling. It looked like more people were active. But as we've gone through the lockdowns and just come out of number 3, the motivation for this taking up new chances to be active is just pitted out a little bit, and sedentary habits are on the rise again. And this is a slide from Public Health England's fingertips framework, and it's basically shows you the number of 15-year-olds who sit for 7 hours plus a day. in the southeast. This is so it shows you here the southeast region average, which is 67.8% of 15-year-olds sit for 7 hours plus per day. And if you look at the regions that are breaking down beneath, Medway are right at the top, leading well clear there. So 76.3% of 15-year-olds sit for 7 hours plus a day. That's almost 10% above the southeast average. So Medway really got a lot of work to do, and Kent are doing a little bit better down here at 69.7%. And these stats are taken from 2014 and 15. And I suppose now these 15-year-olds will be 20, 21, and they'll be coming into our workplaces. And we want to create something that's more healthy, a more active workplace for them who've been sitting for this long to improve their health. So why does any of this matter? And it matters because unless we're asleep, we human beings are designed to move. So we've evolved a central nervous system to sense changes around us and to move us through our environment. So for most of our 200,000 years of our evolution, humans have spent the majority of time on the move. If we wanted something to eat, we would hunt for it or dig it up. If we wanted to travel somewhere, it would be on foot or we would sail, but it would all involve physical activity. And all this sounds very exhausting to us now, with us sort of sitting at home and sitting in offices around the country. But it's this activity that shaped our body's design internally and externally. So our bodies are built for movement, and in turn, movement keeps our bodies healthy. And it's something that's been taken away from us. Something that one of the key things that makes us human is reducing. And this is the problem. So our 21st century lifestyle. So in an astonishingly short amount of time, evolutionary speaking, the citizens of developed nations all around the world have become completely sedentary. So if you think of the way we shop, the way we travel, the way we work, the way we play, the way we socialise, it can all be done sitting down, and it is done sitting down. All of these pictures here add to the problem, and the middle one here, the chair, that's the biggest one. So the chair as we know it today was designed in about the mid-15th century, but it is designed as somewhere to crash into and relax after a hard day of work in a field and later on in a factory. It wasn't designed as a place to base ourselves for most of our day. And our bodies are very clever. They all shape to the position we spend most of our time in, and that causes a lot of problems. And the funny thing is, under British workplace law, if you do work in an office environment, you have to have a DSE assessment to assess your sitting position to make sure it's safe. And the truth about this is that there's no correct sitting position for a human being. There's no safe way for a human being to sit for 8 hours straight in a row. We just aren't designed to sit all day. Of course, if you're sitting down for half an hour for a break, then it's good to sit with correct posture, but not for 8 hours plus per day. Our bodies are designed to stand and to move for a long period of time. So what happens when we sit? And I like this side. It says how sitting wrecks your body. This is used in our Healthy Way course as well, in our public health team. And it does wreck your body. So as soon as we sit down, the electrical activity in your leg muscle shuts off. So these huge muscles in your legs that are responsible for propelling yourself forwards, jumping, running, pushing things, they completely shut off. And they're not designed to do that for a long period of time. Calorie burn in your body drops for 1 per minute. And the enzymes that help you break down fat in your body, in your bloodstream, also drop by 90%. And it's been proven now that people with sitting jobs have twice the rate of cardiovascular disease as people with standing jobs. And save me going through all the statistics, we thought we'd put in a small video here. It's only a couple of minutes long, but it takes you through some of the stats and some of the sort of worrying figures here. So I'll just play that for you now.
Sitting can be a nice break from a busy day, but considering many of us spend our entire workday at a desk, followed by downtime in front of a computer or TV, one has to wonder, how exactly is sitting affecting your body? The answer is pretty shocking. As soon as you sit down, the electrical activity in your muscles drops significantly and your calorie burning rate plummets to about 1 calorie per minute. After only 3 hours of sitting, there's a 50% drop in artery dilation and as a result a decrease in blood flow. Sit for 24 hours straight and the insulin in your body loses nearly 40% of its ability to uptake glucose, which increases the risk of type 2 diabetes. and things only get worse from here. After 2 weeks of sitting for more than 6 hours a day, LDL cholesterol, sometimes called the bad cholesterol, is increased along with other fatty molecules, putting you at a greater risk for weight gain. On top of this, the enzymes responsible for breaking down fats plunge, and because of the prolonged inactivity, your muscles begin to break down. Gradually, their contractions become weaker, ultimately impeding the pumping of blood to your heart. Even if you work out regularly, the minute you stop moving, the deterioration begins again in proportion to your sitting time. And that's the scary part. Research shows that just as exercise doesn't necessarily counteract the negative effects of something like smoking, it doesn't counteract the negative effects of too much sitting. A year later, the effects begin to compound, and some studies in women have even shown a decrease in bone mass upwards of 1% every year. Think your brain is more important than your body? Physical movement not only helps pump blood and oxygen to the brain, but also sends mood-enhancing hormones. When we don't move, brain function begins to slow down. Perhaps the most shocking is that after 10 to 20 years of sitting for 6 hours a day, you may have lost up to 7 quality-adjusted life years. That is, years without medical issues or death. For example, the risk of dying from heart disease increases by 64%, while the risk of prostate or breast cancer increases by 30%. If everybody sat for no more than 3 hours a day, it's estimated that the average lifespan would rise by 2 years. Simply put, our bodies aren't designed to be sedentary, and sitting for 8 hours a day at work is just as bad for those who go home and watch TV as it is for those who hit up the gym. It can literally be a lethal activity. So what's the best solution? We put together a list of the top tips to fight this
Great.
sitting epidemic.
Okay, so that shows a global picture, and I like that video. That's also what we use in our Healthy Way courses, and there's probably 100 more like it on YouTube that you can have a look at. That gives a global picture, and I thought I'd just share with you some UK statistics for the dangers of being sedentary as well. So if you sit for 8 hours a day, your risk of heart disease, some cancers and type 2 diabetes increases by 40%. Sedentary behaviour has been associated with an increased risk of all-cause mortality or death for up to 24 to 49%. And in terms of occupational health, so at the workplace, lower back pain is the #1 cause of disability and one of the major risk factors of being absent from work, and that costs UK businesses £16.2 billion per year. And sitting time has been positively associated with lower back pain. Not only that, but neck pain and shoulder pain and many other conditions as well. And this is probably the most shocking one. So the typical seated office worker in the UK has more musculoskeletal injuries than any other industry worker. So those of us who move the least are the most injured and are the most in pain. And I think that says it all really, that how important movement and being physically active is for our health. There's also a big link to obesity. Many studies report a direct link between sitting time and obesity, and that's separate from our activity levels. And this is shown by the MRI analysis around the globe that shows that the fat that's deposited around the organs, so the visceral fat, sits around your lungs and your heart, that is much more strongly associated with an increased sedentary time than it is with overall BMI, so height and weight. And the reason for this, they think, is something called NEAT, or reduction in NEAT. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about what this is, but it's called non-exercise activity thermogenesis. So it's basically any calories that are burned through movement outside of structured exercise. So if I went for a run or a swim, that's structured exercise, that's been planned. But it's general everyday activity, walking around the house, doing housework, climbing stairs, washing the car, mowing the lawn, all sorts of things like that. All sorts of things that have reduced over the years, and this is what they think has reduced sort of dramatically over the past 50 years as technology has come into place. I always remember watching my grandma used to bake every day, and she used to hold a mixing bowl in her arm and mix vigorously. And that's a lot of energy there if you do it for that long. And if you add it together over 10 years, for example, that's a lot of calories burned. Of course, we have sort of machines and technology to do this for us now. So that's what's been going down. And it says here, the overall strength of the evidence regarding sedentary behaviour and obesity suggests that NEAT has declined with urbanisation and modernisation. So most people are now sedentary. And it's getting so bad now that they're actually comparing sitting to smoking. and how dangerous it is. And they're suggesting that even sitting as little as 2 hours continuously in a row can increase your risk of many, many conditions, heart disease, diabetes, cancers, and all sorts of other things as well. And they're starting to link it to a dose effect, like they would do with cigarettes. And they say one cigarette can take so many minutes off your life. They started looking at sitting like that. And a big study done about 10 years ago from Australia estimated the average loss of life due to smoking a single cigarette has been estimated at 11 minutes. But the same study published in the British Medical Journal using the same methodology also suggests that half an hour sedentary TV viewing above the age of 25 may shorten your life to a similar degree. So it just proves that how bad sitting is for our health. And it's also good that they're comparing it to smoking, because it may be a way to tackle this sort of behaviour. You know, maybe we can make smoking in an office place wouldn't be acceptable anymore. It's socially unacceptable to smoke in public, indoors anyway. And as we know that being sedentary is just as bad for us, is there a way we can make sitting all day socially unacceptable? That we have these standing desks and we have a more active work environment to promote the health, because we know it's bad for us. And it's also, there's a big link to all-cause mortality, like I've said. So there's a strong relationship between being seated for a long period of time and dying early. And the studies are so many that they can't be ignored anymore. So studies from around the globe indicate that adults are most sedentary at work if they have an office job or if they're working from home, and at home whilst watching TV. So there's a big link to screen time as well. It says us on screens for many hours. But it's getting so bad now that even other countries like Canada and New Zealand, they've started to bring in screen time or limit screen time in their physical activity guidelines, because they now believe it's, if you take the screens away, when you think of your evening at home sitting down, if you weren't watching TV, would you sit in the same position for that long, just looking at nothing? You probably wouldn't. You'd probably be out maybe doing some walking in the garden, especially with these light evenings and nicer weather. So there's a big link to that. And wouldn't all this be brilliant if all the negative health consequences caused by sitting could be undone by going out for a run for an hour or going to the gym? But unfortunately, exercise won't reverse the harmful effects that's too much sitting has in our bodies. So that means even if you eat healthily, even if you go to the gym religiously for an hour a day, but you sit for most of your waking hours, you're still considered a sedentary person, and you're still at risk of all the complications that come with it as well. These are very familiar to everyone, hopefully. So these are the Chief Medical Officer's guidelines for physical activity. And these have been around for a while, that promote 150 minutes of moderate intensity activity a week to improve our health, 2 days a week building strength. And also in the bottom here, it says minimise sedentary time. And this small bit in the bottom here is an underrepresentation, in our opinion. So regular physical activity will help you become stronger and healthier, but it won't magically overcome long periods of sedentary behaviour. And it shouldn't really be a surprise if you thought of another example. If you knew somebody who ate nothing but fast food and drank nothing but fizzy drinks all the time, but they managed to go to the gym once a week, you wouldn't consider that person a healthy person, because there's so many negative health behaviours going on there. The same thing if someone went out every night and got drunk and smoked 40 a day, but managed to go out for a run once a week, same thing, you wouldn't consider that person healthy. The same logic isn't applied to sedentary behaviour. When we sit all day, we simply don't move enough for good health. So we need to think of it in that way as well. But that's the depression bit, and I hope I haven't depressed anyone too much. I'd invite you to stand at this stage if you like, or if you're unable to stand, then move position a little bit. There is a solution, and it's been published and peer-reviewed as well. So in 2015, Public Health England set down an international team of experts around a table to collate all the evidence around how bad sedentary behaviour is for our health, mainly in our workplaces. And they produced the first recommendations globally on curbing health risk of too much sitting at work. So they came up with some recommendations. It's a brilliant study, and it included something called the gear analogy, which is quite a shocking thing and something we've looked at with a lot of interest. And it just shows you the proportion of weekly waking hours spent in different activity modes and they give them gears. So you have a reverse gear, which is seated, gear 1, which is standing, gear 2, which is light activity, walking between rooms and so on. Gear 3 is your chief medical officer's guidelines, so 30 minutes, 150 minutes a week. And then gear 4 is your run and your gym session. And just below that is how much time the average person spends in these modes. What we do in public health and our physical activity interventions generally is that we take people from reverse, so someone who's been sitting in office for 10 years, and we throw them straight to gear 3. We ask them to meet the chief medical officer's guidelines and do 150 minutes of moderate activity a week. So that's if someone's sitting in an office all day, go out for a brisk 30-minute walk at lunch every day. And it's sometimes, for some people, it's too much. If you did this to a car, if you put a car from reverse gear to gear 3, it would stall. And this is what we call behaviour stalling. So we're missing out on key opportunities to improve people's health by going from gear R, so taking people from someone who's seated, to gear 1. So if someone's seated for a long time, why not try and get them to stand? And if someone's standing and they're getting on with that okay, why not try to get them to move just a little bit more between desks, walk to the furthest toilet if they're in an office block, or walk up and down the garden. And then you can go to gear 3 and promote that 30 minutes of activity. So it's going through the gears that gives you sustainable physical activity increases. And I thought that was really important to mention. And within the study, it gives you these recommendations. They're very easy. There's 4 of them. So the first one is progress towards at least 2 hours per day of standing and light activity during working hours, and eventually progressing to 4. So we're cutting down the 8 hours a day at work, completely seated, and halving that. And that shows that the research says that's the most beneficial for your health. Break up seated work with standing work regularly. Number 3, avoid prolonged static sitting and static standing. So don't sit for 4 hours and stand for 4 hours. You want to do a little bit of both throughout the day and move around as much as you can. And number 4, employers should promote the reduction of prolonged sitting, and that's the most important one. It should be seen as we promote stop smoking, take on more water, that sort of thing. It should be seen as a public health message to promote the reduction of sitting. And if we do this, so by following these recommendations and reducing your sedentary time at work from 8 to 4 hours, the research suggests that you dramatically reduce the risk of all the conditions listed here: heart disease, diabetes, cancer, depression, muscular degeneration, and many, many more. And it's not just about the body. So the brain is affected as well. So throughout history, humans have realised that movement leads to creative thinking and innovation. So 2,000 years ago in Aristotle's school, they used to teach students whilst walking around the Lyceum. They found out that students took in more information and remembered things better when they were standing or walking. And they were right. So the research reveals that the very same regions in the brain that are responsible for movement are the same regions that are involved in high level thinking, problem solving, creating and designing, that sort of thing. So human beings are designed they have to move to think. And it's been proven that exercise, even moderate movement, standing, fidgeting, walking a little bit, helps us learn, focus and optimize the brain for learning. So that's very important. And it's not, we wanted to reiterate this, it's not just about a standing desk. So you see us standing today here, but it's not just about a standing desk. If you stand all day, you can get sore feet, lower back pain, stiffness in the neck and shoulders, especially if you stand with a poor posture. But what we want to promote is a workstation that encourages movement and regular changes in position throughout the day. So it's not about the equipment, it's not about the standing desk. It's more about tackling a mindset and a culture in organisations. It's not just about a desk position. And we always look to Scandinavia. All our obesity research come from Scandinavia, our whole systems approach and so on. And they're way ahead of us in this as well. So 90% of office workers in Scandinavia have access to a sit-stand workstation. In the UK, this is only 1%. So we need to do a lot of work for this, and hopefully this is the beginning. And this is just to let you know that there's a big survey done in 2017 who took office workers who were seated and gave them these sit-stand workstations. And from this, 71% felt more focused, 66% more positive, and 33% less stressed when compared to being seated all day. So we know this works. What we would suggest, if this is new to you or anyone any of your clients or patients you're seeing, we recommend they take it easy and just build up standing time gradually and movement over time. So it's quite normal for if someone's sat all day for 10, 20 years and they're starting to stand, that they might experience a bit of musculoskeletal pain, a bit of lower back pain and leg pain, as you would do if you tried a new sport, for example. So that's completely normal as long as it's not too intense. So we come up with top 5 tips for a sit-stand workstation. So number 1, build it up gradually. So start with 20 minutes standing and sit for 40 minutes and repeat throughout the day. Number 2, avoid excessive sitting and standing. So keep moving around, take frequent breaks and make a conscious effort to mix it up. Footwear is really important. So you can actually get anti-fatigue mats now. I've actually got my shoes off today just to take, I've got some smart shoes on, so it's easier with no shoes on. But you can wear trainers and just like I say, you can roll up a yoga mat underneath your foot, something like that, as long as it's safe. You're not going to trip up. And also find out what things you prefer doing standing. So like Chris said earlier, I prefer standing when I'm presenting like this and when I take phone calls, but also find out what you do best seated. So if it's sort of proofreading something or, you know, writing something out, or it's very individual. So find out what works for you. And also introduce other ways you can reduce sedentary time at home and at work. So stand during calls. Use the stairs. We've heard these messages before. Walk to a colleague's desk instead of emailing them. Walk to the furthest printer and toilet. But we've talked about these for a while. And what we need to do is we need to make this the norm and part of the office culture and the culture to that movement. We need movement to function better and to become more healthy. So in summary, sedentary behaviour is an independent risk factor for many health complications. That's separate from physical inactivity. So try to encourage people and yourself to reduce their sedentary time slowly. You can focus on their work life and their home life. Promote the reduction of screen time, especially after the pandemic. If we can come off Teams and start meeting face to face, that would be fantastic. Remember the gear analogy. So slowly work through the gears. Don't throw someone straight from being seated for 8 hours a day to walking briskly up a hill for 30 minutes. It might be too much for them. And also promote being more physically active when the time's right. And I've just added a few useful links here. So there's some great websites. This top one here, Get Britain Standing. That's where all the research from this comes from. And they also publish anything that media creates, so any newspapers or online stuff that links to sedentary behaviour and how bad it is for you, they publish on there. This is our Everyday Active website that we've covered today. We've also got our Better Medway site. And my email address, if anyone has any questions about this, I'm happy to take them now. But if you think of anything later on, please feel free to email me and I'll be happy to answer them. So thanks very much for listening. And any questions? I'm share.
Brilliant. Thanks, Miles. Thanks. All right. Sally, you made a couple of comments, Sally. Sally, just for everyone's benefit, Sally's our lucky to have our very own Southeast clinical champion when it comes to providing a physical activity presentation. Sally's there, a member of the Alliance and someone we've worked with in the past on a couple of different occasions. And you made a couple of really good points, Sally, in the chat there. In terms of the Chief Medical Officer's guidelines, I think there was some research to say that a lot of health professionals weren't aware of them, which is obviously something that is quite scary, and I suppose something we can do something about.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the whole aim of the physical activity sessions as well, trying to basically get the message out there just promoting what sort of work you're doing as well to the healthcare professionals, because I know a lot of people have said how difficult it is trying to get into the general practice, into the surgery, speak to the GPs, the nurses. And it's interesting you mentioned about the exercise referral and about targeting the GPs. Definitely, if you're struggling, speak to the practice nurses, because they're the ones who are seeing the patients and signposting them and advising them. So yeah, so thank you. It's been really good this morning. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think getting members of primary care on the Alliance is certainly something that we'd like to do more of. With our link in is an obvious one at the moment, with the health and wellbeing coaches being employed by different organisations. We've got 3 health and wellbeing coaches that are employed directly by Public Health that are going into the Medway South PCN. So we're gonna really work with people like that, and Richard from Imago on the line in Sheppey there. Be really nice to work with those colleagues to embed ourselves into those primary care settings, because you're right, and it's a bit of a myth, isn't it, that GPs are hard to kind of get into. I think it's something that if you go in with the right thing, then and you say it in the right way and you make things easy, then you know, why can't we communicate and share the wealth in terms of our knowledge. So yeah, thanks Sally, thanks for bringing that up. And if anyone wants any of the more information on the guidelines, Sally kindly put a link into them on the chat there. We have quite a lot of presentations similar to what Mark's just given there, and that one's a particular favourite at the moment because it's hugely popular based on the sign of the times. We've also got a women's wellness presentation which is developed by one of our specialists, Nicola, and that's a really popular training package. We're going to develop a men's wellness program as well to deliver to people. We've got bone health, osteoporosis presentation that's really interesting too. So if any of your organisations are interested in getting on board and listening to some more of those presentations, we're happy to deliver to groups of people. And I know that Sally as well is happy to deliver to health professionals on the benefits of physical activity. So in terms of what to look out for in the future from the Alliance, we're going to be setting up, we're going to be doing a lot of work in the future on it and really developing it now that we're coming out of lockdown. Expect an e-bulletin. Russell shared a really nice e-bulletin from Swale, which we like the look of and we like to emulate for the Physical Activity Alliance. We're going to have our LinkedIn page coming on board as well, so look out for that. Invitations to subgroups. So we're going to develop some subgroups. So expect an invitation to one of those subgroups. We've got lots of ideas in terms of making sure that there's representation for everyone in terms of a subgroup. So whether it's children and young people or other subject areas, we'll make sure that there's a subgroup that fits your bag. So yeah, the next meeting really will be much more from the members of the Alliance, much more finding out about what's available in the community, an opportunity for Alliance members to shout about what they do, but always talking about public health and letting you know about services that are available and developing links with those that are offering funding. So we've heard about the community chest today, and we've heard about the Kent Sport funding, and we've heard about the holidays and activities and food opportunities as well. So we'll keep coming back with those. We'll keep updating on those as well. And our next meeting will have more of a Swale focus to give the Swale the opportunity to shout about what they do. Saw an amazing British military fitness type thing going on a cricket ground just by Key Street roundabout the other day, and it looked fantastic. People carrying barrels around and all sorts of stuff going on there. And also, obviously, Anna earlier on mentioning the Milton Creek yoga. Milton Creek's lovely, by the way. I go for a run down there sometimes. It's a really nice place. So we'll come together at Medway and Swale and break geographical barriers and talk about what each other are doing and learn from each other. thank you so much for coming and spending the time to with us today. We have got a link in the chat to an evaluation form. Please fill it in, be as brutally honest as you want to be about the format of today's meeting and what you'd like to see from future meetings in terms of subject matter. I'll be really interested to hear your thoughts on that. It'll be this Physical Activity Alliance, when it gets going, will be shaped by its members. And I really love the idea, Jamie, of going up to Buckmore Park and doing something outside with the Alliance and, really celebrating what we're all about, which is getting people moving, basically. So, yeah, thank you ever so much, everybody, for coming. Has anybody got any last questions before we depart and we get 20 minutes of our lives back? No? Brilliant. Okay, right. Well, have a great day, everybody. Enjoy the sunshine and enjoy being physically active. And we'll be coming back to you with lots of news soon. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Take care now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank
Thank
you.
everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, that recording automatically stops, doesn't it?